great impiety likewise, if he denies the existence of the gods, nor is the difference great whether a man denies their existence, or deprives them of all design and action, for whatever is wholly inactive seems to me not to exist at all. Their existence, therefore, appears so plain that I can scarcely think that man in his senses who denies it. 17. It now remains that we consider what is the character of the gods. Nothing is more difficult than to divert our thoughts and judgment from the information of our corporeal sight, and the view of objects which our eyes are accustomed to, and it is this difficulty which has had such an influence on the unlearned, and on philosophers 124 also who resembled the unlearned multitude, that they have been unable to form any idea of the immortal gods except under the clothing of the human figure, the weakness of which opinion Cotta has so well confuted that I need not add my thoughts upon it. But as the previous idea which we have of the deity comprehends two things: first of all, that he is an animated being; secondly, that there is nothing in all nature superior to him, I do not see what can be more consistent with this idea and preconception than to attribute a mind and divinity to the world. 125 The most excellent of all beings. Epicurus may be as merry with this notion as he pleases, a man not the best qualified for a joker, as not having the wit and sense of his country. 126 Let him say that a voluble round deity is to him incomprehensible, yet he shall never dissuade me from a principle which he himself approves, for he is of opinion there are gods when he allows that there must be a nature excellently perfect. But it is certain 272 that the world is most excellently perfect, nor is it to be doubted that whatever has life, sense, reason, and understanding must excel that which is destitute of these things. It follows, then, that the world has life, sense, reason, and understanding, and is consequently a deity. But this shall soon be made more manifest by the operation of these very things which the world causes. 18 In the meanwhile, Valius, let me entreat you not to be always saying that we are utterly destitute of every sort of learning. The cone, you say, the cylinder, and the pyramid, are more beautiful to you than the sphere. This is to have different eyes from other men. But suppose they are more beautiful to the sight only, which does not appear to me, for I can see nothing more beautiful than that figure which contains all others, and which has nothing rough in it, nothing offensive, nothing cut into angles, nothing broken, nothing swelling, and nothing hollow. Yet as there are two forms most esteemed, 127 the globe in solids, for so the Greek words signify alpharo alpha, I think, should be construed, and the circle, or orb, in planes, in Greek, kappa kappa lambda omicron, and as they only have an exact similitude of parts in which every extreme is equally distant from the center, what can we imagine in nature to be more just and proper? But if you have never raked into this learned dust 128 to find out these things, surely, at all events, you natural philosophers must know that equality of motion and invariable order could not be preserved in any other figure. Nothing, therefore, can be more illiterate than to assert, as you are in the habit of doing, that it is doubtful whether the world is round or not, because it may possibly be of another shape, and that there are innumerable worlds of different forms, which Epicurus, if he ever had learned that 2 and 2 are equal to 4, would not have said. But while he judges of what is best by his palate, he does not look up to the palace of heaven, as Ennius calls it. 19 For as there are two sorts of stars 129 one kind of 273 which measure their journey from east to west by immutable stages, never in the least varying from their usual course, while the other completes a double revolution with an equally constant regularity, from each of these facts we demonstrate the volubility of the world, which could not possibly take place in any but a globular form, and the circular orbits of the stars. And first of all the sun, which has the chief rank among all the stars, is moved in such a manner that it fills the whole earth with its light, and illuminates alternately one part of the earth, while it leaves the other in darkness. The shadow of the earth interposing causes night, and the intervals of night are equal to those of day. And it is the regular approaches and retreats of the sun from which arise the regulated degrees of cold and heat. His annual circuit is in 365 days, and nearly 6 hours more. 130 At one time he bends his course to the north, at another to the south, and thus produces summer and winter, with the other two seasons, one of which succeeds the decline of winter, and the other that of summer. And so to these four changes of the seasons we attribute the origin and cause of all the productions both of sea and land. The moon completes the same course every month which the sun does in a year. The nearer she approaches to the sun, the dimmer light does she yield, and when most remote from it she shines with the fullest brilliancy, nor are her figure and form only changed in her wane, but her situation likewise, which is sometimes in the north and sometimes in the south. By this course she has a sort of summer and winter solstices, and by her influence she contributes to the nourishment and increase of animated 274 beings, and to the ripeness and maturity of all vegetables. But most worthy our admiration is the motion of those 5 stars which are falsely called wandering stars, for they cannot be said to wander which keep from all eternity their approaches and retreats, and have all the rest of their motions, in one regular constant and established order. What is yet more wonderful in these stars which we are speaking of is that sometimes they appear, and sometimes they disappear, sometimes they advance towards the sun, and sometimes they retreat, sometimes they precede him, and sometimes follow him, sometimes they move faster, sometimes slower, and sometimes they do not stir in the least, but for a while stand still. From these unequal motions of the planets, mathematicians have called that the great year 131 in which the sun, moon, and 5 wandering stars, having finished their revolutions, are found in their original situation. In how long a time this is effected is much disputed, but it must be a certain and definite period. For the planet Saturn, called by the Greeks Phi Alpha Nu Omicron Nu, which is farthest from the Earth, finishes his course in about 30 years, and in his course there is something very singular, for sometimes he moves before the sun, sometimes he keeps behind it, at one time lying hidden in the night, at another again appearing in the morning, and ever performing the same motions in the same space of time without any alteration, so as to be for infinite ages regular in these courses. Beneath this planet, and nearer the Earth, is Jupiter, called Phi Alpha Theta Omega Nu, which passes the same orbit of the 12 signs 132 in 12 years, and goes through exactly the same variety in its course that the star of Saturn does. Next to Jupiter is the planet Mars, in Greek, pi upsilon rho epsilon iota, which finishes its revolution through the same orbit as the two previously mentioned 133 in 24 months, wanting 6 days, as I 275 imagine. Below this is Mercury, called by the Greeks sigma tau lambda beta omega nu, which performs the same course in little less than a year, and is never farther distant from the sun than the space of one sign, whether it precedes or follows it. The lowest of the 5 planets, and nearest the Earth, is that of Venus, called in Greek Phi Omega Sigma Phi Rho Omicron. Before the rising of the sun, it is called the morning star, and after the setting, the evening star. It has the same revolution through the zodiac, both as to latitude and longitude, with the other planets, in a year, and never is more than 134 signs from the sun, whether it precedes or follows it. I cannot, therefore, conceive that this constant course of the planets, this just agreement in such various motions through all eternity, can be preserved without a mind, reason, and consideration, and since we may perceive these qualities in the stars, we cannot but place them in the rank of gods. Those which are called the fixed stars have the same indications of reason and prudence. Their motion is daily, regular, and constant. They do not move with the sky, nor have they an adhesion to the firmament, as they who are ignorant of natural philosophy affirm. For the sky, which is thin, transparent, and suffused with an equal heat, does not seem by its nature to have power to whirl about the stars, or to be proper to contain them. The fixed stars, therefore, have their own sphere, separate and free from any conjunction with the sky. Their perpetual courses, with that admirable and incredible regularity of theirs, so plainly declare a divine power and mind to be in them, that he who cannot perceive that they are also endowed with divine power must be incapable of all perception whatever. In the heavens, therefore, there is nothing fortuitous, unadvised, inconstant, or variable, all there is order, truth, reason, and constancy, and all the things which are destitute of these qualities are counterfeit, deceitful, and erroneous, and have their residence about the earth 135 beneath the moon, the lowest of all the planets. He, therefore, 276 who believes that this admirable order and almost incredible regularity of the heavenly bodies, by which the preservation and entire safety of all things is secured, is destitute of intelligence, must be considered to be himself wholly destitute of all intellect whatever. I think, then, I shall not deceive myself in maintaining this dispute upon the principle of Zeno, who went the farthest in his search after truth. XXII Zeno, then, defines nature to be an artificial fire, proceeding in a regular way to generation, for he thinks that to create and beget are especial properties of art, and that whatever may be wrought by the hands of our artificers is much more skillfully performed by nature, that is, by this artificial fire, which is the master of all other arts. According to this manner of reasoning, every particular nature is artificial, as it operates agreeably to a certain method peculiar to itself, but that universal nature which embraces all things is said by Zeno to be not only artificial, but absolutely the artificer, ever thinking and providing all things useful and proper, and as every particular nature owes its rise and increase to its own proper seed, so universal nature has all her motions voluntary, has affections and desires, by the Greeks called romeu, productive of actions agreeable to them, like us, who have sense and understanding to direct us. Such, then, is the intelligence of the universe, for which reason it may be properly termed prudence or providence, in Greek, pyronu omicron iota alpha, since her chiefest care and employment is to provide all things fit for its duration, that it may want nothing, and, above all, that it may be adorned with all perfection of beauty and ornament. XXIII Thus far have I spoken concerning the universe, and also of the stars, from whence it is apparent that there is almost an infinite number of gods, always in action, but without labor or fatigue, for they are not composed of veins, nerves, and bones, their food and drink are not such as cause humors too gross or too subtle, nor are their bodies such as to be subject to the fear of falls or blows, or in danger of diseases from a weariness of limbs. Epicurus, to secure his gods from such accidents, 277 has made them only outlines of deities, void of action, but our gods being of the most beautiful form, and situated in the purest region of the heavens, dispose and rule their course in such a manner that they seem to contribute to the support and preservation of all things. Besides these, there are many other natures which have with reason been deified by the wisest Grecians, and by our ancestors, in consideration of the benefits derived from them, for they were persuaded that whatever was of great utility to humankind must proceed from divine goodness, and the name of the deity was applied to that which the deity produced, as when we call corn Ceres, and wine Bacchus, whence that saying of Terence 136. Without Ceres and Bacchus, Venus starves. And any quality, also, in which there was any singular virtue was nominated a deity, such as faith and wisdom, which are placed among the divinities in the capital, the last by Aemilius Scaurus, but faith was consecrated before by Tullius Calatinus. You see the temple of virtue and that of honor repaired by M. Marcellus, erected formerly, in the Ligurian War, by Q. Maximus. Need I mention those dedicated to help, safety, concord, liberty, and victory, which have been called deities, because their efficacy has been so great that it could not have proceeded from any but from some divine power? In like manner are the names of Cupid, Voluptas, and of Lubentine Venus consecrated, though they were things vicious and not natural, whatever Velleius may think to the contrary, for they frequently stimulate nature in too violent a manner. Everything, then, from which any great utility proceeded was deified, and, indeed, the names I have just now mentioned are declaratory of the particular virtue of each deity. XXIV It has been a general custom likewise, that men who have done important service to the public should be exalted to heaven by fame and universal consent. Thus Hercules, Castor, and Pollux, Aesculapius, and Liber became gods, I mean Liber 137 the son of Semele, and not him 138 whom our ancestors consecrated in such state, and 278 solemnity with Ceres and Libera, the difference in which may be seen in our mysteries. 139 But because the offsprings of our bodies are called Liberi, children, therefore the offsprings of Ceres are called Liber and Libera. Libera 140 is the feminine, and Liber the masculine, thus likewise Romulus, or Quirinus, for they are thought to be the same, became a god. They are justly esteemed as deities, since their souls subsist and enjoy eternity, from whence they are perfect and immortal beings. There is another reason, too, and that founded on natural philosophy, which has greatly contributed to the number of deities, namely, the custom of representing in human form a crowd of gods who have supplied the poets with fables, and filled mankind with all sorts of superstition. Zeno has treated of this subject, but it has been discussed more at length by Cleanthes and Chrysippus. All Greece was of opinion that Chilon was castrated by his son Saturn 141 and that Saturn was chained by his son Jupiter. In these impious fables, a physical and not inelegant meaning is contained, for they would denote that the celestial, most exalted, and ethereal nature, that is, the fiery nature, which produces all things by itself, is destitute of that part of the body which is necessary for the act of generation by conjunction with another. XXV By Saturn they mean that which comprehends the course and revolution of times and seasons, the Greek name for which deity implies as much, for he is called 279 Kaparo Nu Omicron, which is the same with Cairo Nu Omicron, that is, a space of time. But he is called Saturn, because he is filled, saturatur, with years, and he is usually feigned to have devoured his children, because time, ever insatiable, consumes the rolling years, but to restrain him from immoderate haste, Jupiter has confined him to the course of the stars, which are as chains to him. Jupiter, that is, Juvens Pater, signifies a helping father, whom, by changing the cases, we call Jove 142 adjuvando. The poets call him father of gods and men, 143, and our ancestors the most good, the most great, and as there is something more glorious in itself, and more agreeable to others, to be good, that is, beneficent, than to be great, the title of most good precedes that of most great. This, then, is he whom Ennius means in the following passage, before quoted. Look up to the refulgent heaven above, which all men call, unanimously, Jove, which is more plainly expressed than in this other passage 144 of the same poet, on whose account I'll curse that flood of light, whate'er it is above that shines so bright. Our augurs also mean the same, when, for the thundering and lightning heaven, they say the thundering and lightning Jove. Euripides, among many excellent things, has this: the vast, expanded, boundless sky behold, see it with soft embrace the earth enfold, this own the chief of deities above, and this acknowledge by the name of Jove. XXVI the air, according to the Stoics, which is between the sea and the heaven, is consecrated by the name of Juno, and is called the sister and wife of Jove, because 280 it resembles the sky, and is in close conjunction with it. They have made it feminine, because there is nothing softer. But I believe it is called Juno, adjuvando, from helping. To make 3 separate kingdoms, by fable, there remained yet the water and the earth. The dominion of the sea is given, therefore, to Neptune, a brother, as he is called, of Jove, whose name, Neptunus as Portunus, a portu, from a port is derived anando, from swimming, the first letters being a little changed. The sovereignty and power over the earth is the portion of a god, to whom we, as well as the Greeks, have given a name that denotes riches, in Latin, dis, in Greek, pi lambda omicron tau omega nu, because all things arise from the earth and return to it. He forced away Proserpine, in Greek called pi epsilon rho sigma epsilon phi nu eta, by which the poets mean the seed of corn, from whence comes their fiction of Ceres, the mother of Proserpine, seeking for her daughter, who was hidden from her. She is called Ceres, which is the same as Gears Agir and Dis frugibus 145 from bearing fruit, the first letter of the word being altered after the manner of the Greeks, for by them she is called delta eta mutaetero, the same as gamma eta mutaetero. 146 again, he, qui magna vorteret, who brings about mighty changes is called Mavers, and Minerva is so called because, minuret, or minareter, she diminishes or menaces. XXVIIN as the beginnings and endings of all things are of the greatest importance, therefore they would have their sacrifices to begin with Janus. 147 his name is derived abundo, from passing, from whence thorough passages are called Yoni, and the outward doors of common houses are called Janui. The name of Vesta is, from the Greeks, the same with their sigma tau alpha. Her province is over altars and hearths, and in the name of this goddess, who is the keeper of all things within, prayers and sacrifices are concluded. The Dipenates, household gods, have some affinity with this power, and are so called either from Panuos, 281 all kind of human provisions, or because penitus incident, they reside within, from which, by the poets, they are called penetrales also. Apollo, a Greek name, is called Sol, the sun, and Diana, Luna, the moon. The sun, Sol, is so named either because he is solus, alone, so eminent above all the stars, or because he obscures all the stars, and appears alone as soon as he rises. Luna, the moon, is so called Alucindu, from shining, she bears the name also of Lucina, and as in Greece the women in labor invoke Diana Lucifera, so here they invoke Juno Lucina. She is likewise called Diana Omnivaga, not of Inando, from hunting, but because she is reckoned one of the 7 stars that seem to wander. 148 she is called Diana because she makes a kind of day of the night. 149 and presides over births, because the delivery is effected sometimes in 7, or at most in 9, courses of the moon, which, because they make mensa spatia, measured spaces, are called menses, months. This occasioned a pleasant observation of Timaeus, as he has many. Having said in his history that the same night in which Alexander was born, the temple of Diana at Ephesus was burned down, he adds, it is not in the least to be wondered at, because Diana, being willing to assist at the labor of Olympias 150 was absent from home. But to this goddess, because ad residential omnes venerit she has an influence upon all things, we have given the appellation of Venus 151, from whom the word Venustas, beauty, is rather derived than Venus from Venustas. XXVIII do you not see, therefore, how, from the productions of nature and the useful inventions of men, have arisen fictitious and imaginary deities, which have been the foundation of false opinions, pernicious errors, and wretched superstitions. For we know how the different forms of the gods, their ages, apparel, ornaments, their 282 pedigrees, marriages, relations, and everything belonging to them are adapted to human weakness and represented with our passions, with lust, sorrow, and anger. According to fabulous history, they have had wars and combats, not only, as Homer relates, when they have interested themselves in two different armies, but when they have fought battles in their own defense against the Titans and giants. These stories, of the greatest weakness and levity, are related and believed with the most implicit folly. But, rejecting these fables with contempt, a deity is diffused in every part of nature, in earth under the name of Ceres, in the sea under the name of Neptune, in other parts under other names. Yet whatever they are, and whatever characters and dispositions they have, and whatever name custom has given them, we are bound to worship and adore them. The best, the chastest, the most sacred and pious worship of the gods is to reverence them always with a pure, perfect, and unpolluted mind and voice, for our ancestors, as well as the philosophers, have separated superstition from religion. They who prayed whole days and sacrificed, that their children might survive them, ut superstites assent, were called superstitious, which word became afterward more general, but they who diligently perused, and, as we may say, read, or practiced over again, all the duties relating to the worship of the gods, were called religiosi religious, from religendo reading over again, or practicing, as elegantes, elegant, ex eligendo, from choosing, making a good choice, diligence, diligent, ex diligendo, from attending on what we love, intelligence, intelligent, from understanding, for the signification is derived in the same manner. Thus are the words superstitious and religious understood, the one being a term of reproach, the other of commendation. I think I have now sufficiently demonstrated that there are gods, and what they are. XXIX I am now to show that the world is governed by the providence of the gods. This is an important point, which you academics endeavor to confound, and, indeed, the whole contest is with you, Cotta, for your sect, Valius, know very little of what is said on different subjects by other schools. You read and have a taste only for 283 your own books, and condemn all others without examination. For instance, when you mentioned yesterday 152 that prophetic old dame Pyro Nu Omicron Iota Alpha, Providence, invented by the Stoics, you were led into that error by imagining that Providence was made by them to be a particular deity that governs the whole universe, whereas it is only spoken in a short manner, as when it is said the Commonwealth of Athens is governed by the Council, it is meant of the Areopagus, 153. So when we say the world is governed by providence, we mean by the providence of the gods. To express ourselves, therefore, more fully and clearly, we say, the world is governed by the providence of the gods. Be not, therefore, lavish of your railleries, of which your sect has little to spare. If I may advise you, do not attempt it. It does not become you, it is not your talent, nor is it in your power. This is not applied to you in particular who have the education and politeness of a Roman, but to all your sect in general, and especially to your leader 154, a man unpolished, illiterate, insulting, without wit, without reputation, without elegance. XXX I assert, then, that the universe, with all its parts, was originally constituted, and has, without any cessation, been ever governed by the providence of the gods. This argument we Stoics commonly divide into three parts, the first of which is, that the existence of the gods being once known, it must follow that the world is governed by their wisdom, The second, that as everything is under the direction of an intelligent nature, which has produced that beautiful order in the world, it is evident that it is formed from animating principles. The third is deduced from those glorious works which we behold in the heavens and the earth. First, then, we must either deny the existence of the gods, as Democritus and Epicurus by their doctrine of images in some sort do, or, if we acknowledge that their 284 are gods, we must believe they are employed, and that, too, in something excellent. Now, nothing is so excellent as the administration of the universe. The universe, therefore, is governed by the wisdom of the gods. Otherwise, we must imagine that there is some cause superior to the deity, whether it be a nature inanimate, or a necessity agitated by a mighty force, that produces those beautiful works which we behold. The nature of the gods would then be neither supreme nor excellent, if you subject it to that necessity or to that nature, by which you would make the heaven, the earth, and the seas to be governed. But there is nothing superior to the deity. The world, therefore, must be governed by him. Consequently, the deity is under no obedience or subjection to nature, but does himself rule over all nature. In effect, if we allow the gods have understanding, we allow also their providence, which regards the most important things, for, can they be ignorant of those important things, and how they are to be conducted and preserved, or do they want power to sustain and direct them? Ignorance is inconsistent with the nature of the gods, and imbecility is repugnant to their majesty. From whence it follows, as we assert, that the world is governed by the providence of the gods. XXXI But supposing, which is incontestable, that there are gods, they must be animated, and not only animated, but endowed with reason united, as we may say, in a civil agreement and society, and governing together one universe, as a republic or city. Thus the same reason, the same verity, the same law, which ordains good and prohibits evil, exists in the gods as it does in men. From them, consequently, we have prudence and understanding, for which reason our ancestors erected temples to the mind, faith, virtue, and concord. Shall we not then allow the gods to have these perfections, since we worship the sacred and august images of them? But if understanding, faith, virtue, and concord reside in humankind, how could they come on earth, unless from heaven? And if we are possessed of wisdom, reason, and prudence, the gods must have the same qualities in a greater degree, and not only have them, but employ them in the best and greatest works. The universe is the best and greatest 285 work, therefore it must be governed by the wisdom and providence of the gods. Lastly, as we have sufficiently shown that those glorious and luminous bodies which we behold are deities, I mean the sun, the moon, the fixed and wandering stars, the firmament and the world itself, and those other things also which have any singular virtue, and are of any great utility to humankind, it follows that all things are governed by providence and a divine mind. But enough has been said on the first part. XXXII It is now incumbent on me to prove that all things are subjected to nature, and most beautifully directed by her. But, first of all, it is proper to explain precisely what that nature is, in order to come to the more easy understanding of what I would demonstrate. Some think that nature is a certain irrational power exciting in bodies the necessary motions. Others, that it is an intelligent power, acting by order and method, designing some end in every cause, and always aiming at that end, whose works express such skill as no art, no hand, can imitate, for, they say, such is the virtue of its seed, that, however small it is, if it falls into a place proper for its reception, and meets with matter conducive to its nourishment and increase, it forms and produces everything in its respective kind, either vegetables, which receive their nourishment from their roots, or animals, endowed with motion, sense, appetite, and abilities to beget their likeness. Some apply the word nature to everything, as Epicurus does, who acknowledges no cause, but atoms, a vacuum, and their accidents. But when we 155 say that nature forms and governs the world, we do not apply it to a clod of earth, or piece of stone, or anything of that sort, whose parts have not the necessary cohesion 156, but to a tree, in 286, which there is not the appearance of chance, but of order and a resemblance of art. XXXIII. But if the art of nature gives life and increase to vegetables, without doubt it supports the earth itself, for, being impregnated with seeds, she produces every kind of vegetable, and embracing their roots, she nourishes and increases them, while, in her turn, she receives her nourishment from the other elements, and by her exhalations gives proper sustenance to the air, the sky, and all the superior bodies. If nature gives vigor and support to the earth, by the same reason she has an influence over the rest of the world, for as the earth gives nourishment to vegetables, so the air is the preservation of animals. The air sees with us, hears with us, and utters sounds with us. Without it, there would be no seeing, hearing, or sounding. It even moves with us, for wherever we go, whatever motion we make, it seems to retire and give place to us. That which inclines to the center, that which rises from it to the surface, and that which rolls about the center, constitute the universal world, and make one entire nature, and as there are four sorts of bodies, the continuance of nature is caused by their reciprocal changes, for the water arises from the earth, the air from the water, and the fire from the air, and, reversing this order, the air arises from fire, the water from the air, and from the water the earth, the lowest of the four elements, of which all beings are formed. Thus by their continual motions backward and forward, upward and downward, the conjunction of the several parts of the universe is preserved, a union which, in the beauty we now behold it, must be eternal, or at least of a very long duration, and almost for an infinite space of time, and, whichever it is, the universe must of consequence be governed by nature. For what art of navigating fleets, or of marshalling an army, and to instance the produce of nature, what vine, what tree, what animated form and conformation of their members, give us so great an indication of skill as appears in the universe? Therefore we must either deny that there is the least trace of an intelligent nature, or acknowledge that the world is governed by it. But since the universe 287 contains all particular beings, as well as their seeds, can we say that it is not itself governed by nature? That would be the same as saying that the teeth and the beard of man are the work of nature, but that the man himself is not. Thus the effect would be understood to be greater than the cause. Thirsiv now, the universe sows, as I may say, plants, produces, raises, nourishes, and preserves what nature administers, as members and parts of itself. If nature, therefore, governs them, she must also govern the universe. And, lastly, in nature's administration there is nothing faulty. She produced the best possible effect out of those elements which existed. Let any one show how it could have been better. But that can never be, and whoever attempts to mend it will either make it worse, or aim at impossibilities. But if all the parts of the universe are so constituted that nothing could be better for use or beauty, let us consider whether this is the effect of chance, or whether, in such a state they could possibly cohere, but by the direction of wisdom and divine providence. Nature, therefore, cannot be void of reason, if art can bring nothing to perfection without it, and if the works of nature exceed those of art. How is it consistent with common sense that when you view an image or a picture, you imagine it is wrought by art, when you behold afar off a ship under sail, you judge it is steered by reason and art, When you see a dial or water clock 157, you believe the hours are shown by art, and not by chance, and yet that you should imagine that the universe, which contains all arts and the artificers, can be void of reason and understanding. But if that sphere which was lately made by our friend Posidonius, the regular revolutions of which show the course of the sun, moon, and 5 wandering stars, as it is every day and night performed, were carried into Scythia or Britain, who, in those barbarous countries, would doubt that that sphere had been made so perfect by the exertion of reason? XXXV Yet these people 158 doubt whether the universe, 288 from whence all things arise and are made, is not the effect of chance, or some necessity, rather than the work of reason and a divine mind. According to them, Archimedes shows more knowledge in representing the motions of the celestial globe than nature does in causing them, though the copy is so infinitely beneath the original. The shepherd in Attius 159, who had never seen a ship, when he perceived from a mountain afar off the divine vessel of the Argonauts, surprised and fright at this new object, expressed himself in this manner: "What horrid bulk is that before my eyes, which o'er the deep with noise and vigor flies? It turns the whirlpools up, its force so strong, and drives the billows as it rolls along. The ocean's violence it fiercely braves, runs furious on, and throws about the waves. Swiftly impetuous in its course, and loud, like the dire bursting of a showery cloud, or, like a rock, forced by the winds and rain, now whirled aloft, then plunged into the main. But hold! Perhaps the earth and Neptune jar, and fiercely wage an elemental war, or Triton with his trident has o'erthrown his den, and loosened from the roots the stone, the rocky fragment, from the bottom torn, is lifted up, and on the surface borne. At first he is in suspense at the sight of this unknown object, but on seeing the young mariners, and hearing their singing, he says, like sportive dolphins, with their snouts they roar, 160, and afterward goes on, loud in my ears methinks their voices ring, as if I heard the god Sylvanus sing. As at first view the shepherd thinks he sees something inanimate and insensible, but afterward, judging by more 289 trustworthy indications, he begins to figure to himself what it is. So philosophers, if they are surprised at first at the sight of the universe, ought, when they have considered the regular, uniform, and immutable motions of it, to conceive that there is some being that is not only an inhabitant of this celestial and divine mansion, but a ruler and a governor, as architect of this mighty fabric. 30 Now, in my opinion, they 161 do not seem to have even the least suspicion that the heavens and earth afford anything marvelous. For, in the first place, the earth is situated in the middle part of the universe, and is surrounded on all sides by the air, which we breathe, and which is called air, 162, which, indeed, is a Greek word, but by constant use it is well understood by our countrymen, for, indeed, it is employed as a Latin word. The air is encompassed by the boundless ether, sky, which consists of the fires above. This word we borrow also, for we use ether in Latin as well as air, though Pacuvius thus expresses it: this, of which I speak, in Latin's caelum, ether called in Greek. As though he were not a Greek into whose mouth he puts the sentence, but he is speaking in Latin, though we listen as if he were speaking Greek, for, as he says elsewhere, his speech discovers him a Grecian born. But to return to more important matters. In the sky innumerable fiery stars exist, of which the sun is the chief, enlightening all with his refulgent splendor, and being by many degrees larger than the whole earth, and this multitude of vast fires are so far from hurting the earth, and things terrestrial, that they are of benefit to them, whereas, if they were moved from their stations, we should inevitably be burned through the want of a proper moderation and temperature of heat. XXXVII. Is it possible for any man to behold these things, and yet imagine that certain solid and individual bodies move by their natural force and gravitation, and that a world so beautifully adorned was made by their fortuitous concourse? He who believes this may as well 290 believe that if a great quantity of the 21 letters, composed either of gold or any other matter, were thrown upon the ground, they would fall into such order as legibly to form the annals of Ennius. I doubt whether fortune could make a single verse of them. How, therefore, can these people assert that the world was made by the fortuitous concourse of atoms, which have no color, no quality, which the Greeks call pi-omicron iota tau eta, no sense? Or that there are innumerable worlds, some rising, and some perishing, in every moment of time? But if a concourse of atoms can make a world, why not a porch, a temple, a house, a city, which are works of less labor and difficulty? Certainly those men talk so idly and inconsiderately concerning this lower world that they appear to me never to have contemplated the wonderful magnificence of the heavens, which is the next topic for our consideration. Well, then, did Aristotle 163 observe, if there were men whose habitations had been always underground, in great and commodious houses, adorned with statues and pictures, furnished with everything which they who are reputed happy abound with, and if, without stirring from thence, they should be informed of a certain divine power and majesty, and, after some time, the earth should open, and they should quit their dark abode to come to us, where they should immediately behold the earth, the seas, the heavens, should consider the vast extent of the clouds and force of the winds, should see the sun, and observe his grandeur and beauty, and also his generative power, inasmuch as day is occasioned by the diffusion of his light through the sky, and when night has obscured the earth, they should contemplate the heavens bespangled and adorned with stars, the surprising variety of the moon in her increase and wane, the rising and setting of all the stars, and the inviolable regularity of their courses. When, says he, they should see these things, they would undoubtedly conclude that there are gods, and that these are their mighty works. 38. Thus far Aristotle. Let us imagine, also, as great darkness as was formerly occasioned by the eruption of the fires of Mount Etna, which are said to have obscured 291 the adjacent countries for 2 days to such a degree that no man could recognize his fellow, but on the third, when the sun appeared, they seemed to be risen from the dead. Now, if we should be suddenly brought from a state of eternal darkness to see the light, how beautiful would the heavens seem! But our minds have become used to it from the daily practice and habituation of our eyes, nor do we take the trouble to search into the principles of what is always in view, as if the novelty, rather than the importance, of things ought to excite us to investigate their causes. Is he worthy to be called a man who attributes to chance, not to an intelligent cause, the constant motion of the heavens, the regular courses of the stars, the agreeable proportion and connection of all things, conducted with so much reason that our intellect itself is unable to estimate it rightly? When we see machines move artificially, as a sphere, a clock, or the like, do we doubt whether they are the productions of reason? And when we behold the heavens moving with a prodigious celerity, and causing an annual succession of the different seasons of the year, which vivify and preserve all things, can we doubt that this world is directed, I will not say only by reason, but by reason most excellent and divine? For without troubling ourselves with too refined a subtlety of discussion, we may use our eyes to contemplate the beauty of those things which we assert have been arranged by divine providence. 36. First, let us examine the earth, whose situation is in the middle of the universe 164 solid, round, and conglobular by its natural tendency, clothed with flowers, herbs, trees, and fruits, the whole in multitudes incredible, and with a variety suitable to every taste. Let us consider the ever cool and running springs, the clear waters of the rivers, the verdure of their banks, the hollow depths of caves, the cragginess of rocks, the heights of impending mountains, and the boundless extent of plains, the hidden veins of gold and silver, and the infinite quarries of marble. 292 What and how various are the kinds of animals, tame or wild? The flights and notes of birds. How do the beasts live in the fields and in the forests? What shall I say of men, who, being appointed, as we may say, to cultivate the earth, do not suffer its fertility to be choked with weeds, nor the ferocity of beasts to make it desolate, who, by the houses and cities which they build, adorn the fields, the isles, and the shores. If we could view these objects with the naked eye, as we can by the contemplation of the mind, nobody, at such a sight, would doubt there was a divine intelligence. But how beautiful is the sea! How pleasant to see the extent of it! What a multitude and variety of islands! How delightful are the coasts! What numbers and what diversity of inhabitants does it contain, some within the bosom of it, some floating on the surface, and others by their shells cleaving to the rocks. While the sea itself, approaching to the land, sports so closely to its shores that those two elements appear to be but one. Next above the sea is the air, diversified by day and night. When rarefied, it possesses the higher region; when condensed, it turns into clouds, and with the waters which it gathers enriches the earth by the rain. Its agitation produces the winds. It causes heat and cold according to the different seasons. It sustains birds in their flight, and, being inhaled, nourishes and preserves all animated beings. XL Add to these, which alone remaineth to be mentioned, the firmament of heaven, a region the farthest from our abodes, which surrounds and contains all things. It is likewise called ether, or sky, the extreme bounds and limits of the universe, in which the stars perform their appointed courses in a most wonderful manner, among which, the sun, whose magnitude far surpasses the earth, makes his revolution round it, and by his rising and setting causes day and night, sometimes coming near towards the earth, and sometimes going from it. He every year makes two contrary reversions 165 from the extreme 293 point of its course. In his retreat the earth seems locked up in sadness, in his return it appears exhilarated with the heavens. The moon, which, as mathematicians demonstrate, is bigger than half the earth, makes her revolutions through the same spaces 166 as the sun, but at one time approaching, and at another receding from, the sun, she diffuses the light which she has borrowed from him over the whole earth, and has herself also many various changes in her appearance. When she is found under the sun, and opposite to it, the brightness of her rays is lost, but when the earth directly interposes between the moon and sun, the moon is totally eclipsed. The other wandering stars have their courses round the earth in the same spaces 167 and rise and set in the same manner. Their motions are sometimes quick, sometimes slow, and often they stand still. There is nothing more wonderful, nothing more beautiful. There is a vast number of fixed stars, distinguished by the names of certain figures, to which we find they have some resemblance. XLI I will here, says Balbus, looking at me, make use of the verses which, when you were young, you translated from Aratus 168 and which, because they are in Latin, gave me so much delight that I have many of them still in my memory. As then, we daily see, without any change or variation, the rest 169 swiftly pursue the course to which they're bound, and with the heavens the days and nights go round, the contemplation of which, to a mind desirous of observing the constancy of nature, is inexhaustible. The extreme top of either point is called the pole point 172-94. About this the two rho capital omicron iota are turned, which never set. Of these, the Greeks one Cynosura call, the other Hellas point 171. The brightest stars 172. Indeed, of Hellas are discernible all night, which are by us septentrions called. Cynosura moves about the same pole, with a like number of stars, and ranged in the same order. This 173 the Phoenicians choose to make their guide when on the ocean in the night they ride. Adorned with stars of more refulgent light, the other 174 shines, and first appears at night. Though this is small, sailors its use have found, more inward is its course, and short its round. XLII the aspect of those stars is the more admirable, because, the dragon grim between them bends his way, as through the winding banks the currents stray, and up and down in sinuous bending rolls. 175 His whole form is excellent, but the shape of his head and the ardor of his eyes are most remarkable. Various the stars which deck his glittering head, his temples are with double glory spread, from his fierce eyes two fervid lights afar flash, and his chin shines with one radiant star. Bowed is his head, and his round neck he bends, and to the tail of Hellas 176 extends. The rest of the dragon's body we see 177 at every hour in the night. 295 Here 178 Suddenly the head a little hides itself, where all its parts, which are in sight, and those unseen in the same place unite. Near to this head is placed the figure of a man that moves weary and sad, which the Greeks Ingonesis do call, because he's born 179 about with bended knee. Near him is placed the crown with the refulgent luster graced. This indeed is at his back, but Anguitenens, the snake holder, is near his head. 180 The Greeks him Ophiuchus call, renown the name. He strongly grasps the serpent round with both his hands, himself the serpent folds beneath his breast, and round his middle holds, yet gravely he, bright shining in the skies, moves on, and treads on Nepa's 181 breast and eyes. The Septentrions 182 are followed by Arctophylax 183 that's said to be the same which we Boötes call, who has the name, because he drives the greater bear along yoke to a wain. Besides, in Boötes, a star of glittering rays about his waist, Arcturus called, a name renowned, is placed. 184 296 beneath which is the Virgin of illustrious form, whose hand holds a bright spike. Slyene and truly these signs are so regularly disposed that a divine wisdom evidently appears in them. Beneath the bear's 185 head have the twins their seat, under his chest the crab, beneath his feet the mighty lion darts a trembling flame. 186 The charioteer on the left side of Gemini we see 187 and at his head behold fierce Hellas, on his left shoulder the bright goat appears. But to proceed, this is indeed a great and glorious star, on th other side the kids, inferior far, yield but a slender light to mortal eyes. Under his feet the horned bull 188 with sturdy limbs, is placed, his head is spangled with a number of stars, these by the Greeks are called the Hyades, from reigning, for epsilon iot nu is to reign, therefore they are injudiciously called Sucoli by our people, as if they had their name from, a sow, and not from omega. Behind the lesser bear, Cepheus 189 follows with extended hands, for close behind the lesser bear he comes. 297 Before him goes Cassiope 190 with a faintish light, but near her moves, fair and illustrious sight. Andromeda 191 who, with an eager pace, seems to avoid her parents' mournful face. 192 With glittering mane the horse 193 now seems to tread, so near he comes, on her refulgent head, with a fair star, that close to him appears, a double form 194 and but one light he wears, by which he seems ambitious in the sky an everlasting knot of stars to tie. Near him the ram, with wreathed horns, is placed, by whom the fishes 195 are, of which one seems to haste somewhat before the other, to the blast of the north wind exposed. XLIV Perseus is described as placed at the feet of Andromeda, and him the sharp blasts of the north wind beat. Near his left knee, but dim their light, their seat the small Pleiades 196 maintain. We find, not far from them, the Lyre 197 but slightly joined. Next is the winged bird 198 that seems to fly beneath the spacious covering of the sky. 298 near the head of the horse 199 lies the right hand of Aquarius, then all Aquarius himself. 200 Then Capricorn, with half the form of beast, breathes chill and piercing colds from his strong breast, and in a spacious circle takes his round, when him, while in the winter solstice bound, the sun has visited with constant light, he turns his course, and shorter makes the night. 201 Not far from hence is seen the Scorpion 202 rising lofty from below, by him the Archer 203 with his bended bow, near him the bird, with gaudy feathers spread, and the fierce Eagle 204 hovers o'er his head. Next comes the Dolphin, 205 Then bright Orion 206 who obliquely moves, he is followed by the fervent Dog 207 bright with refulgent stars, next the Hare follows 208 unwearied in his course. At the Dog's tail Argo 209 moves on, and moving seems to sail, o'er her the Ram and Fishes have their place, 210 The illustrious vessel touches, in her pace, the river's banks, 211 which you may see winding and extending itself to a great length. 299 The fetters 212 at the fishes' tails are hung. By Nepa's 213 head behold the altar stand 214 which by the breath of southern winds is fanned, near which the centaur 215 hastens his mingled parts to join beneath the serpent 216 there extending his right hand, to where you see the monstrous scorpion stand, which he at the bright altar fiercely slays. Here on her lower part see Hydra 217 raise herself, whose bulk is very far extended. Amid the winding of her bodies place the shining goblet, 218 and the glossy crow 219 plunges his beak into her parts below. Antichenes beneath the twins is seen, called Procyon by the Greeks. 220 Can anyone in his senses imagine that this disposition of the stars, and this heaven so beautifully adorned, could ever have been formed by a fortuitous concourse of atoms? Or what other nature, being destitute of intellect and reason, could possibly have produced these effects, which not only required reason to bring them about, but the very character of which could not be understood and appreciated without the most strenuous exertions of well-directed reason? XLV But our admiration is not limited to the objects here described. What is most wonderful is that the world is so durable, and so perfectly made for lasting that it is not to be impaired by time, for all its parts tend equally to the center, and are bound together by a sort of chain, which surrounds the elements. This chain is nature, which 300 being diffused through the universe, and performing all things with judgment and reason, attracts the extremities to the center. If, then, the world is round, and if on that account all its parts, being of equal dimensions and relative proportions, mutually support and are supported by one another, it must follow that as all the parts incline to the center, for that is the lowest place of a globe, there is nothing whatever which can put a stop to that propensity in the case of such great weights. For the same reason, though the sea is higher than the earth, yet because it has the like tendency, it is collected everywhere, equally concentrates, and never overflows, and is never wasted. The air, which is contiguous, ascends by its lightness, but diffuses itself through the whole, therefore it is by nature joined and united to the sea, and at the same time borne by the same power towards the heaven, by the thinness and heat of which it is so tempered as to be made proper to supply life and wholesome air for the support of animated beings. This is encompassed by the highest region of the heavens, which is called the sky, which is joined to the extremity of the air, but retains its own heat pure and unmixed. XLVI The stars have their revolutions in the sky, and are continued by the tendency of all parts towards the center. Their duration is perpetuated by their form and figure, for they are round, which form, as I think has been before observed, is the least liable to injury, and as they are composed of fire, they are fed by the vapors which are exhaled by the sun from the earth, the sea, and other waters, but when these vapors have nourished and refreshed the stars, and the whole sky, they are sent back to be exhaled again, so that very little is lost or consumed by the fire of the stars and the flame of the sky. Hence we Stoics conclude, which Painidius 2:1 is said to have doubted of, that the whole world at last would be consumed by a general conflagration, when, all moisture being exhausted, neither the earth could have any nourishment, nor the air return again, since water, of which it is formed, would then be all consumed, so that only fire would subsist, and 301 from this fire, which is an animating power and a deity, a new world would arise and be re-established in the same beauty. I should be sorry to appear to you to dwell too long upon this subject of the stars, and more especially upon that of the planets, whose motions, though different, make a very just agreement. Saturn, the highest, chills, Mars, placed in the middle, burns, while Jupiter, interposing, moderates their excess, both of light and heat. The two planets beneath Mars 222 obey the Sun. The Sun himself fills the whole universe with his own genial light, and the Moon, illuminated by him, influences conception, birth, and maturity. And who is there who is not moved by this union of things, and by this concurrence of nature agreeing together, as it were, for the safety of the world? And yet I feel sure that none of these reflections have ever been made by these men. Slady, let us proceed from celestial to terrestrial things. What is there in them which does not prove the principle of an intelligent nature? First, as to vegetables, they have roots to sustain their stems, and to draw from the earth a nourishing moisture to support the vital principle which those roots contain. They are clothed with a rind or bark, to secure them more thoroughly from heat and cold. The vines we see take hold on props with their tendrils, as if with hands, and raise themselves as if they were animated. It is even said that they shun cabbages and coleworts, as noxious and pestilential to them, and, if planted by them, will not touch any part. But what a vast variety is there of animals! And how wonderfully is every kind adapted to preserve itself! Some are covered with hides, some clothed with fleeces, and some guarded with bristles, some are sheltered with feathers, some with scales, some are armed with horns, and some are furnished with wings to escape from danger. Nature hath also liberally and plentifully provided for all animals their proper food. I could expatiate on the judicious and curious formation and disposition of their bodies for the reception and digestion of it, for all their interior parts are so framed and disposed that there is 302 nothing superfluous, nothing that is not necessary for the preservation of life. Besides, nature has also given these beasts appetite and sense, in order that by the one they may be excited to procure sufficient sustenance, and by the other they may distinguish what is noxious from what is salutary. Some animals seek their food walking, some creeping, some flying, and some swimming, some take it with their mouth and teeth, some seize it with their claws, and some with their beaks, some suck, some graze, some bolt it whole, and some chew it. Some are so low that they can with ease take such food as is to be found on the ground, but the taller, as geese, swans, cranes, and camels, are assisted by a length of neck. To the elephant is given a hand 223, without which, from his unwieldiness of body, he would scarce have any means of attaining food. Slayeth, but to those beasts which live by preying on others, nature has given either strength or swiftness. On some animals she has even bestowed artifice and cunning, as on spiders, some of which weave a sort of net to entrap and destroy whatever falls into it, others sit on the watch unobserved to fall on their prey and devour it. The nacre, by the Greeks called pinna, has a kind of confederacy with the prawn for procuring food. It has two large shells open, into which when the little fishes swim, the nacre, having notice given by the bite of the prawn, closes them immediately. Thus, these little animals, though of different kinds, seek their food in common, in which it is matter of wonder whether they associate by any agreement, or are naturally joined together from their beginning. There is some cause to admire also the provision of nature in the case of those aquatic animals which are generated on land, such as crocodiles, river tortoises, and a certain kind of serpents, which seek the water as soon as they are able to drag themselves along. We frequently put duck eggs under hens, by which, as by their true mothers, the ducklings are at first hatched and nourished, but when they see the water, they forsake them and run to it, as to 303 their natural abode, so strong is the impression of nature in animals for their own preservation. I have read that there is a bird called Platalia, the cheveller, that lives by watching those fowls which dive into the sea for their prey, and when they return with it, he squeezes their heads with his beak till they drop it, and then seizes on it himself. It is said likewise that he is in the habit of filling his stomach with shellfish, and when they are digested by the heat which exists in the stomach, they cast them up, and then pick out what is proper nourishment. The sea frogs, they say, are wont to cover themselves with sand, and moving near the water, the fishes strike at them, as at a bait, and are themselves taken and devoured by the frogs. Between the kite and the crow there is a kind of natural war, and wherever the one finds the eggs of the other, he breaks them. But who is there who can avoid being struck with wonder at that which has been noticed by Aristotle, who has enriched us with so many valuable remarks? When the cranes 224 pass the sea in search of warmer climes, they fly in the form of a triangle. By the first angle they repel the resisting air, on each side, their wings serve as oars to facilitate their flight, and the basis of their triangle is assisted by the wind in their stern. Those which are behind rest their necks and heads on those which precede, and as the leader has not the same relief, because he has none to lean upon, he at length flies behind that he may also rest, while one of those which have been eased succeeds him, and through the whole flight each regularly takes his turn. I could produce many instances of this kind, but these may suffice. Let us now proceed to things more familiar to us. The care of beasts for their own preservation, their circumspection while feeding, and their manner of taking rest in their lairs, are generally known, but still they are greatly to be admired. Dogs cure themselves by a vomit, the Egyptian ibis by a purge, from whence physicians have lately but few ages since greatly improved their art. It is reported 304 that panthers, which in barbarous countries are taken with poisoned flesh, have a certain remedy 225 that preserves them from dying, and that in Crete, the wild goats, when they are wounded with poisoned arrows, seek for an herb called dittany, which, when they have tasted the arrows, they say, drop from their bodies. It is said also that deer, before they fawn, purge themselves with a little herb called hartswort. 226 Beasts, when they receive any hurt, or fear it, have recourse to their natural arms, the bull to his horns, the boar to his tusks, and the lion to his teeth. Some take to flight, others hide themselves, the cuttlefish vomits 227 blood, the crampfish benumbs, and there are many animals that, by their intolerable stink, oblige their pursuers to retire. But that the beauty of the world might be eternal, great care has been taken by the providence of the gods to perpetuate the different kinds of animals, and vegetables, and trees, and all those things which sink deep into the earth, and are contained in it by their roots and trunks, in order to which every individual has within itself such fertile seed that many are generated from one, and in vegetables the seed is enclosed in the heart of their fruit, but in such abundance that men may plentifully feed on it, and the earth be always replanted. With regard to animals, Do we not see how aptly they are formed for the propagation of their species? Nature for this end created some males and some females. Their parts are perfectly framed for generation, and they have a wonderful propensity to copulation. When the seed has fallen on the matrix, it draws almost all the nourishment to itself, by which the foetus is formed, but as soon as it is discharged from thence, if it is an animal that is nourished by milk, almost all the food of the mother turns into milk, and the animal, without any direction but by the pure instinct of nature, immediately hunts for the 305 teat, and is there fed with plenty. What makes it evidently appear that there is nothing in this fortuitous, but the work of a wise and foreseeing nature, is, that those females which bring forth many young, as sows and bitches, have many teats, and those which bear a small number have but few. What tenderness do beasts show in preserving and raising up their young till they are able to defend themselves? They say, indeed, that fish, when they have spawned, leave their eggs, but the water easily supports them, and produces the young fry in abundance. It is said, likewise, that tortoises and crocodiles, when they have laid their eggs on the land, only cover them with earth, and then leave them, so that their young are hatched and brought up without assistance, but fowls and other birds seek for quiet places to lay in, where they build their nests in the softest manner, for the surest preservation of their eggs, which, when they have hatched, they defend from the cold by the warmth of their wings, or screen them from the sultry heat of the sun. When their young begin to be able to use their wings, they attend and instruct them, and then their cares are at an end. Human art and industry are indeed necessary towards the preservation and improvement of certain animals and vegetables, for there are several of both kinds which would perish without that assistance. There are likewise innumerable facilities, being different in different places, supplied to man to aid him in his civilization, and in procuring abundantly what he requires. The Nile waters Egypt, and after having overflowed and covered it the whole summer, it retires, and leaves the fields softened and manured for the reception of seed. The Euphrates fertilizes Mesopotamia, into which, as we may say, it carries yearly new fields. 228 The Indus, which is the largest of all rivers. 229 Not only improves and cultivates the ground, 306 but sows it also, for it is said to carry with it a great quantity of grain. I could mention many other countries remarkable for something singular, and many fields, which are, in their own natures, exceedingly fertile. But how bountiful is nature that has provided for us such an abundance of various and delicious food, and this varying with the different seasons, so that we may be constantly pleased with change, and satisfied with abundance. How seasonable and useful to man, to beasts, and even to vegetables, are the Etesian wines. 230 She has bestowed, which moderate in temperate heat, and render navigation more sure and speedy. Many things must be omitted on a subject so copious, and still a great deal must be said, for it is impossible to relate the great utility of rivers, the flux and reflux of the sea, the mountains clothed with grass and trees, the salt pits remote from the sea coasts, the earth replete with salutary medicines, or, in short, the innumerable designs of nature necessary for sustenance and the enjoyment of life. We must not forget the vicissitudes of day and night, ordained for the health of animated beings, giving them a time to labor and a time to rest. Thus, if we every way examine the universe, it is apparent, from the greatest reason, that the whole is admirably governed by a divine providence for the safety and preservation of all beings. If it should be asked for whose sake this mighty fabric was raised, shall we say for trees and other vegetables, which, though destitute of sense, are supported by nature? That would be absurd. Is it for beasts? Nothing can be less probable than that the gods should have taken such pains for beings void of speech and understanding. For whom, then, Will anyone presume to say that the world was made? Undoubtedly for reasonable beings, these are the gods and men, who are certainly the most perfect of all beings, as nothing is equal to reason. It is therefore credible that the universe, and all things in it, were made for the gods and for men. But we may yet more easily comprehend that the gods have taken great care of the interests and welfare of men. 307 If we examine thoroughly into the structure of the body, and the form and perfection of human nature, there are three things absolutely necessary for the support of life: to eat, to drink, and to breathe. For these operations the mouth is most aptly framed, which, by the assistance of the nostrils, draws in the more air. The teeth are there placed to divide and grind the food. 231 The foreteeth, being sharp and opposite to each other, cut it asunder, and the hind teeth, called the grinders, chew it, in which office the tongue seems to assist. At the root of the tongue is the gullet, which receives whatever is swallowed. It touches the tonsils on each side, and terminates at the interior extremity of the palate. When, by the motions of the tongue, the food is forced into this passage, it descends, and those parts of the gullet which are below it are dilated, and those above are contracted. There is another passage, called by physicians the rough artery 232, which reaches to the lungs, for the entrance and return of the air we breathe, and as its orifice is joined to the roots of the tongue a little above the part to which the gullet is annexed, it is furnished with a sort of coverlid 233, lest, by the accidental falling of any food into it, the respiration should be stopped. As the stomach, which is beneath the gullet, receives the meat and drink, so the lungs and the heart draw in the air from without. The stomach is wonderfully composed, consisting almost wholly of nerves. It abounds with membranes and fibers, and detains what it receives, whether solid or liquid, till it is altered and digested. It sometimes contracts, sometimes dilates. It blends and mixes the food together, so that it is easily concocted and digested by its force of heat, and by the animal spirits is distributed into the other parts of the body. Lv. As to the lungs, they are of a soft and spongy substance, which renders them the most commodious for respiration. 308 They alternately dilate and contract to receive and return the air, that what is the chief animal sustenance may be always fresh. The juice 234 by which we are nourished, being separated from the rest of the food, passes the stomach and intestines to the liver, through open and direct passages, which lead from the mesentery to the gates of the liver, for so they call those vessels at the entrance of it. There are other passages from thence, through which the food has its course when it has passed the liver. When the bile, and those humors which proceed from the kidneys, are separated from the food, the remaining part turns to blood, and flows to those vessels at the entrance of the liver to which all the passages adjoin. The chyle, being conveyed from this place through them into the vessel called the hollow vein, is mixed together, and, being already digested and distilled, passes into the heart, and from the heart it is communicated through a great number of veins to every part of the body. It is not difficult to describe how the gross remains are detrited by the motion of the intestines, which contract and dilate, but that must be declined, as too indelicate for discourse. Let us rather explain that other wonder of nature: the air, which is drawn into the lungs, receives heat both by that already in and by the coagitation of the lungs. One part is turned back by respiration, and the other is received into a place called the ventricle of the heart. 235 There is another ventricle like it next to the heart, into which the blood flows from the liver through the hollow vein. Thus by one ventricle the blood is diffused to the extremities through the veins, and by the other the breath is communicated through the arteries, and there are such numbers of both dispersed through the whole body that they manifest a divine art. Why need I speak of the bones, those supports of the body, whose joints are so wonderfully contrived for stability, and to render the limbs complete with regard to motion and to every action of the body. Or need I mention 309 the nerves, by which the limbs are governed, their many interweavings, and their proceeding from the heart, 236 from whence, like the veins and arteries, they have their origin, and are distributed through the whole corporeal frame. Lvi to the skill of nature, and this care of providence, so diligent and so ingenious, many reflections may be added, which show what valuable things the Deity has bestowed on man. He has made us of a stature tall and upright, in order that we might behold the heavens, and so arrive at the knowledge of the gods, for men are not simply to dwell here as inhabitants of the earth, but to be, as it were, spectators of the heavens and the stars, which is a privilege not granted to any other kind of animated beings. The senses, which are the interpreters and messengers of things, are placed in the head, as in a tower, and wonderfully situated for their proper uses, for the eyes, being in the highest part, have the office of sentinels, in discovering to us objects, and the ears are conveniently placed in a high part of the person, being appointed to receive sound, which naturally ascends. The nostrils have the like situation, because all scent likewise ascends, and they have, with great reason, a near vicinity to the mouth, because they assist us in judging of meat and drink. The taste, which is to distinguish the quality of what we take, is in that part of the mouth where nature has laid open a passage for what we eat and drink. But the touch is equally diffused through the whole body, that we may not receive any blows, or the too rigid attacks of cold and heat, without feeling them. And as in building the architect averts from the eyes and nose of the master those things which must necessarily be offensive, so has nature removed far from our senses what is of the same kind in the human body. Lvii what artificer but nature, whose direction is incomparable, could have exhibited so much ingenuity in the formation of the senses? In the first place, she has covered and invested the eyes with the finest membranes, which she hath made transparent, that we may see through 310 them, and firm in their texture, to preserve the eyes. She has made them slippery and movable, that they might avoid what would offend them, and easily direct the sight wherever they will. The actual organ of sight, which is called the pupil, is so small that it can easily shun whatever might be hurtful to it. The eyelids, which are their coverings, are soft and smooth, that they may not injure the eyes, and are made to shut at the apprehension of any accident, or to open at pleasure, and these movements nature has ordained to be made in an instant. They are fortified with a sort of palisade of hairs, to keep off what may be noxious to them when open, and to be offense to their repose when sleep closes them, and allows them to rest as if they were wrapped up in a case. Besides, they are commodiously hidden and defended by eminences on every side, for on the upper part the eyebrows turn aside the perspiration which falls from the head and forehead, the cheeks beneath rise a little, so as to protect them on the lower side, and the nose is placed between them as a wall of separation. The hearing is always open, for that is a sense of which we are in need even while we are sleeping, and the moment that any sound is admitted by it we are awakened even from sleep. It has a winding passage, lest anything should slip into it, as it might if it were straight and simple. Nature also hath taken the same precaution in making there a viscous humor, that if any little creatures should endeavor to creep in, they might stick in it as in bird lime. The ears, by which we mean the outward part, are made prominent, to cover and preserve the hearing, lest the sound should be dissipated and escape before the sense is affected. Their entrances are hard and horny, and their form winding, because bodies of this kind better return and increase the sound. This appears in the harp, lute, or horn, 237, and from all tortuous and enclosed places sounds are returned stronger. The nostrils, in like manner, are ever open, because we have a continual use for them, and their entrances also are rather narrow, lest anything noxious should enter. 311 them, and they have always a humidity necessary for the repelling dust and many other extraneous bodies. The taste, having the mouth for an enclosure, is admirably situated, both in regard to the use we make of it and to its security. Besides, every human sense is much more exquisite than those of brutes, for our eyes, in those arts which come under their judgment, distinguish with great nicety, as in painting, sculpture, engraving, and in the gesture and motion of bodies. They understand the beauty, proportion, and, as I may so term it, the becomingness of colors and figures. They distinguish things of greater importance, even virtues and vices. They know whether a man is angry or calm, cheerful or sad, courageous or cowardly, bold or timorous. The judgment of the ears is not less admirably and scientifically contrived with regard to vocal and instrumental music. They distinguish the variety of sounds, the measure, the stops, the different sorts of voices, the treble and the bass, the soft and the harsh, the sharp and the flat, of which human ears only are capable to judge. There is likewise great judgment in the smell, the taste, and the touch, to indulge and gratify which senses more arts have been invented than I could wish. It is apparent to what excess we have arrived in the composition of our perfumes, the preparation of our food, and the enjoyment of corporeal pleasures. Lix again, he who does not perceive the soul and mind of man, his reason, prudence, and discernment, to be the work of a divine providence, seems himself to be destitute of those faculties. While I am on this subject, Cotta, I wish I had your eloquence. How would you illustrate so fine a subject? You would show the great extent of the understanding, how we collect our ideas, and join those which follow to those which precede, establish principles, draw consequences, define things separately, and comprehend them with accuracy, from whence you demonstrate how great is the power of intelligence and knowledge, which is such that even God himself has no qualities more admirable. How valuable, though you academics despise and even deny that we have it, is our 3:12 knowledge of exterior objects, from the perception of the senses joined to the application of the mind, by which we see in what relation one thing stands to another, and by the aid of which we have invented those arts which are necessary for the support and pleasure of life. How charming is eloquence! How divine that mistress of the universe, as you call it! It teaches us what we were ignorant of, and makes us capable of teaching what we have learned. By this we exhort others, by this we persuade them, by this we comfort the afflicted, by this we deliver the affrighted from their fear, by this we moderate excessive joy, by this we assuage the passions of lust and anger. This it is which bound men by the chains of right and law, formed the bonds of civil society, and made us quit a wild and savage life. And it will appear incredible, unless you carefully observe the facts, how complete the work of nature is in giving us the use of speech, for, first of all, there is an artery from the lungs to the bottom of the mouth, through which the voice, having its original principle in the mind, is transmitted. Then the tongue is placed in the mouth, bounded by the teeth. It softens and modulates the voice, which would otherwise be confusedly uttered, and, by pushing it to the teeth and other parts of the mouth, makes the sound distinct and articulate. We Stoics, therefore, compare the tongue to the bow of an instrument, the teeth to the strings, and the nostrils to the sounding board. Lx But how commodious are the hands which nature has given to man, and how beautifully do they minister to many arts. For, such is the flexibility of the joints, that our fingers are closed and opened without any difficulty. With their help, the hand is formed for painting, carving, and engraving, for playing on stringed instruments, and on the pipe. These are matters of pleasure. There are also works of necessity, such as tilling the ground, building houses, making cloth and habits, and working in brass and iron. It is the business of the mind to invent, the senses to perceive, and the hands to execute, so that if we have buildings, if we are clothed, if we live in safety, if we have cities, walls, habitations, and temples, it is to the hands we owe them. 313 By our labor, that is, by our hands, variety and plenty of food are provided, for, without culture, many fruits, which serve either for present or future consumption, would not be produced. Besides, we feed on flesh, fish, and fowl, catching some, and bringing up others. We subdue four-footed beasts for our carriage, whose speed and strength supply our slowness and inability. On some we put burdens, on others yokes. We convert the sagacity of the elephant and the quick scent of the dog to our own advantage. Out of the caverns of the earth we dig iron, a thing entirely necessary for the cultivation of the ground. We discover the hidden veins of copper, silver, and gold, advantageous for our use and beautiful as ornaments. We cut down trees, and use every kind of wild and cultivated timber, not only to make fire to warm us and dress our meat, but also for building, that we may have houses to defend us from the heat and cold. With timber likewise we build ships, which bring us from all parts every commodity of life. We are the only animals who, from our knowledge of navigation, can manage what nature has made the most violent, the sea and the winds. Thus we obtain from the ocean great numbers of profitable things. We are the absolute masters of what the earth produces. We enjoy the mountains and the plains. The rivers and the lakes are ours. We sow the seed, and plant the trees. We fertilize the earth by overflowing it. We stop, direct, and turn the rivers. In short, by our hands we endeavor, by our various operations in this world, to make, as it were, another nature. Lxi But what shall I say of human reason? Has it not even entered the heavens? Man alone of all animals has observed the courses of the stars, their risings and settings. By man the day, the month, the year, is determined. He foresees the eclipses of the sun and moon, and foretells them to futurity, marking their greatness, duration, and precise time. From the contemplation of these things the mind extracts the knowledge of the gods, a knowledge which produces piety, with which is connected justice, and all the other virtues, from which arises a life of felicity, inferior to that of the gods in no single particular, except in immortality, which is not absolutely necessary. 314 To happy living. In explaining these things, I think that I have sufficiently demonstrated the superiority of man to other animated beings, from whence we should infer that neither the form and position of his limbs nor that strength of mind and understanding could possibly be the effect of chance. Lxii I am now to prove, by way of conclusion, that everything in this world of use to us was made designedly for us. First of all, the universe was made for the gods and men, and all things therein were prepared and provided for our service. For the world is the common habitation or city of the gods and men, for they are the only reasonable beings, they alone live by justice and law. As, therefore, it must be presumed the cities of Athens and Lacedaemon were built for the Athenians and Lacedaemonians, and as everything there is said to belong to those people, so everything in the universe may with propriety be said to belong to the gods and men, and to them alone. In the next place, though the revolutions of the sun, moon, and all the stars are necessary for the cohesion of the universe, yet may they be considered also as objects designed for the view and contemplation of man. There is no sight less apt to satiate the eye, none more beautiful, or more worthy to employ our reason and penetration. By measuring their courses we find the different seasons, their durations and vicissitudes, which, if they are known to men alone, we must believe were made only for their sake. Does the earth bring forth fruit and grain in such excessive abundance and variety for men or for brutes? The plentiful and exhilarating fruit of the vine and the olive tree are entirely useless to beasts. They know not the time for sowing, tilling, or for reaping in season and gathering in the fruits of the earth, or for laying up and preserving their stores. Man alone has the care and advantage of these things. L8 Thus, as the lute and the pipe were made for those, and those only, who are capable of playing on them, so it must be allowed that the produce of the earth was designed for those only who make use of them. And 3:15 Though some beasts may rob us of a small part, it does not follow that the earth produced it also for them. Men do not store up corn for mice and ants, but for their wives, their children, and their families. Beasts, therefore, as I said before, possess it by stealth, but their masters openly and freely. It is for us, therefore, that nature hath provided this abundance. Can there be any doubt that this plenty and variety of fruit, which delight not only the taste, but the smell and sight, was by nature intended for men only? Beasts are so far from being partakers of this design, that we see that even they themselves were made for man, for of what utility would sheep be, unless for their wool, which, when dressed and woven, serves us for clothing? For they are not capable of anything, not even of procuring their own food, without the care and assistance of man. The fidelity of the dog, his affectionate fawning on his master, his aversion to strangers, his sagacity in finding game, and his vivacity in pursuit of it, what do these qualities denote but that he was created for our use? Why need I mention oxen? We perceive that their backs were not formed for carrying burdens, but their necks were naturally made for the yoke, and their strong broad shoulders to draw the plough. In the Golden Age, which poets speak of, they were so greatly beneficial to the husbandman in tilling the fallow ground that no violence was ever offered them, and it was even thought a crime to eat them. The Iron Age began the fatal trade of blood, and hammered the destructive blade. Then men began to make the ox to bleed, and on the tamed and docile beast to feed. 238. LXIV It would take a long time to relate the advantages which we receive from mules and asses, which undoubtedly were designed for our use. What is the swine good for but to eat? Whose life, Chrysippus says, was given it but as salt. 239 To keep it from putrefying, and as it 3:16 is proper food for man, nature hath made no animal more fruitful. What a multitude of birds and fishes are taken by the art and contrivance of man only, and which are so delicious to our taste that one would be tempted sometimes to believe that this providence which watches over us was an Epicurean. Though we think there are some birds, the owlets and oscines 240, as our augurs call them, which were made merely to foretell events. The large savage beasts we take by hunting, partly for food, partly to exercise ourselves in imitation of martial discipline, and to use those we can tame and instruct, as elephants, or to extract remedies for our diseases and wounds, as we do from certain roots and herbs, the virtues of which are known by long use and experience. Represent to yourself the whole earth and seas as if before your eyes. You will see the vast and fertile plains, the thick, shady mountains, the immense pasturage for cattle, and ships sailing over the deep with incredible celerity. Nor are our discoveries only on the face of the earth, but in its secret recesses there are many useful things, which being made for man, by man alone are discovered. LXV Another, and in my opinion the strongest, proof that the providence of the gods takes care of us is divination, which both of you, perhaps, will attack. You, Cotta, because Carneades took pleasure in inveighing against the Stoics, and you, Valius, because there is nothing Epicurus ridicules so much as the prediction of events. Yet the truth of divination appears in many places, on many occasions, often in private, but particularly in public concerns. We receive many intimations from the foresight and presages of augurs and auspices, from oracles, prophecies, dreams, and prodigies, and it often happens that by these means events have proved happy to men, and imminent dangers have been avoided. This knowledge, therefore call it either a kind of transport, or an art, or a natural faculty is certainly found only in men, and is a gift from the immortal gods. If these proofs, when taken 317 separately, should make no impression upon your mind, yet, when collected together, they must certainly affect you. Besides, the gods not only provide for mankind universally, but for particular men. You may bring this universality to gradually a smaller number, and again you may reduce that smaller number to individuals. Lxvi for if the reasons which I have given prove to all of us that the gods take care of all men, in every country, in every part of the world separate from our continent, they take care of those who dwell on the same land with us, from east to west, and if they regard those who inhabit this kind of great island, which we call the globe of the earth, they have the like regard for those who possess the parts of this island Europe, Asia, and Africa, and therefore they favor the parts of these parts, as Rome, Athens, Sparta, and Rhodes, and particular men of these cities, separate from the whole, as Curius, Fabricius, Coruncanius, in the war with Pyrrhus, in the first Punic War, Calatinus, Tullius, Metellus, Lutatius, in the second, Maximus, Marcellus, Africanus, after these, Paulus, Gracchus, Cato, and in our fathers' times, Scipio, Laelius. Rome also and Greece have produced many illustrious men, who we cannot believe were so without the assistance of the deity, which is the reason that the poets, Homer in particular, joined their chief heroes Ulysses, Agamemnon, Diomedes, Achilles to certain deities, as companions in their adventures and dangers. Besides, the frequent appearances of the gods, as I have before mentioned, demonstrate their regard for cities and particular men. This is also apparent indeed from the foreknowledge of events, which we receive either sleeping or waking. We are likewise forewarned of many things by the entrails of victims, by presages, and many other means, which have been long observed with such exactness as to produce an art of divination. There never, therefore, was a great man without divine inspiration. If a storm should damage the corn or vineyard of a person, or any accident should deprive him of some conveniences of life, we should not judge from thence that the deity hates or neglects him. The gods take care 318 of great things, and disregard the small. But to truly great men all things ever happen prosperously, as has been sufficiently asserted and proved by us Stoics, as well as by Socrates, the prince of philosophers, in his discourses on the infinite advantages arising from virtue. This is almost the whole that hath occurred to my mind on the nature of the gods, and what I thought proper to advance. Do you, Cotta, if I may advise, defend the same cause. Remember that in Rome you keep the first rank, remember that you are pontifex, and as your school is at liberty to argue on which side you please 241, do you rather take mine, and reason on it with that eloquence which you acquired by your rhetorical exercises, and which the Academy improved, for it is a pernicious and impious custom to argue against the gods, whether it be done seriously, or only in pretence and out of sport. Book 3. When Balbus had ended this discourse, then Cotta, with a smile, rejoined, You direct me too late which side to defend, for during the course of your argument I was revolving in my mind what objections to make to what you were saying, not so much for the sake of opposition, as of obliging you to explain what I did not perfectly comprehend, and as every one may use his own judgment, it is scarcely possible for me to think in every instance exactly what you wish. You have no idea, O Cotta, said Velleius, how impatient I am to hear what you have to say. For since our friend Balbus was highly delighted with your discourse against Epicurus, I ought in my turn to be solicitous to hear what you can say against the Stoics, and I therefore will give you my best attention, for I believe you are, as usual, well prepared for the engagement. I wish, by Hercules, I were, replies Cotta, for it is more difficult to dispute with Lucilius than it was with you. 319 Why so? Says Valius. Because, replies Cotta, your Epicurus, in my opinion, does not contend strongly for the gods, he only, for the sake of avoiding any unpopularity or punishment, is afraid to deny their existence, for when he asserts that the gods are wholly inactive and regardless of everything, and that they have limbs like ours, but make no use of them, he seems to jest with us, and to think it sufficient if he allows that there are beings of any kind happy and eternal. But with regard to Balbus, I suppose you observed how many things were said by him, which, however false they may be, yet have a perfect coherence and connection. Therefore, my design, as I said, in opposing him, is not so much to confute his principles as to induce him to explain what I do not clearly understand, for which reason, Balbus, I will give you the choice, either to answer me every particular as I go on, or permit me to proceed without interruption. If you want any explanation, replies Balbus, I would rather you would propose your doubts singly, but if your intention is rather to confute me than to seek instruction for yourself, it shall be as you please. I will either answer you immediately on every point, or stay till you have finished your discourse. 2 Very well, says Cotta, then let us proceed as our conversation shall direct. But before I enter on the subject, I have a word to say concerning myself, for I am greatly influenced by your authority, and your exhortation at the conclusion of your discourse, when you desired me to remember that I was Cotta and Pontifex, by which I presume you intimated that I should defend the sacred rites and religion and ceremonies which we received from our ancestors. Most undoubtedly I always have, and always shall defend them, nor shall the arguments either of the learned or unlearned ever remove the opinions which I have imbibed from them concerning the worship of the immortal gods. In matters of religion I submit to the rules of the high priests, T. Coruncanius, P. Scipio, and P. Savola, not to the sentiments of Zeno, Cleanthes, or Chrysippus, and I pay a greater regard to what C. Laelius, one of our augurs and wise men, has written concerning religion, in that noble oration of his, than to the most eminent of the Stoics, and as the whole religion of the Romans at 321 consisted in sacrifices and divination by birds, to which have since been added predictions, if the interpreters 242 of the Sibylline oracle or the Arus Pieces have foretold any event from portents and prodigies, I have ever thought that there was no point of all these holy things which deserved to be despised. I have been even persuaded that Romulus, by instituting divination, and Numa, by establishing sacrifices, laid the foundation of Rome, which undoubtedly would never have risen to such a height of grandeur if the gods had not been made propitious by this worship. These, Balbus, are my sentiments both as a priest and as Cotta. But you must bring me to your opinion by the force of your reason, for I have a right to demand from you, as a philosopher, a reason for the religion which you would have me embrace. But I must believe the religion of our ancestors without any proof. 3 What proof, says Balbus, do you require of me? You have proposed, says Cotta, 4 articles. First of all, you undertook to prove that there are gods, secondly, of what kind and character they are, thirdly, that the universe is governed by them, lastly, that they provide for the welfare of mankind in particular. Thus, if I remember rightly, you divided your discourse. Exactly so, replies Balbus, but let us see what you require. Let us examine, says Cotta, every proposition. The first one, that there are gods, is never contested but by the most impious of men, nay, though it can never be rooted out of my mind, yet I believe it on the authority of our ancestors, and not on the proofs which you have brought. Why do you expect a proof from me, says Balbus, if you thoroughly believe it? Because, says Cotta, I come to this discussion as if I had never thought of the gods, or heard anything concerning them. Take me as a disciple wholly ignorant and unbiased, and prove to me all the points which I ask. Begin, then, replies Balbus. I would first know, says Cotta, why you have been so long in proving the existence of the gods, which you said was a point so very evident to all, that there was no need of any proof? In that, answers 321 Balbus, I have followed your example, whom I have often observed, when pleading in the forum, to load the judge with all the arguments which the nature of your cause would permit. This also is the practice of philosophers, and I have a right to follow it. Besides, you may as well ask me why I look upon you with two eyes, since I can see you with one. For you shall judge, then, yourself, says Cotta, if this is a very just comparison, for, when I plead, I do not dwell upon any point agreed to be self-evident, because long reasoning only serves to confound the clearest matters. Besides, though I might take this method in pleading, yet I should not make use of it in such a discourse as this, which requires the nicest distinction. And with regard to your making use of one eye only when you look on me, there is no reason for it, since together they have the same view, and since nature, to which you attribute wisdom, has been pleased to give us two passages by which we receive light. But the truth is, that it was because you did not think that the existence of the gods was so evident as you could wish that you therefore brought so many proofs. It was sufficient for me to believe it on the tradition of our ancestors, and since you disregard authorities, and appeal to reason, permit my reason to defend them against yours. The proofs on which you found the existence of the gods tend only to render a proposition doubtful that, in my opinion, is not so. I have not only retained in my memory the whole of these proofs, but even the order in which you proposed them. The first was, that when we lift up our eyes towards the heavens, we immediately conceive that there is some divinity that governs those celestial bodies, on which you quoted this passage, look up to the refulgent heaven above, which all men call, unanimously, Jove, intimating that we should invoke that as Jupiter, rather than our Capitoline Jove 243, or that it is evident to the whole world that those bodies are gods which Velleius and many others do not place even in the rank of animated beings. 322 Another strong proof, in your opinion, was that the belief of the existence of the gods was universal, and that mankind was daily more and more convinced of it. What? Should an affair of such importance be left to the decision of fools, who, by your sect especially, are called madmen? But the gods have appeared to us, as to Postumius at the lake Regillus, and to Vatinus in the Solarian way, something you mentioned, too, I know not what, of a battle of the Locrians at Sagra. Do you believe that the Tindaridae, as you called them, that is, men sprung from men, and who were buried in Lacedaemon, as we learn from Homer, who lived in the next age, do you believe, I say, that they appeared to Vatinus on the road mounted on white horses, without any servant to attend them, to tell the victory of the Romans to a country fellow rather than to M. Cato, who was at that time the chief person of the Senate? Do you take that print of a horse's hoof which is now to be seen on a stone at Regillus to be made by Castor's horse? Should you not believe, what is probable, that the souls of eminent men, such as the Tindaridae, are divine and immortal, rather than that those bodies which had been reduced to ashes should mount on horses, and fight in an army? If you say that was possible, you ought to show how it is so, and not amuse us with fabulous old women's stories. Do you take these for fabulous stories? Says Balbus. Is not the temple, built by Postumius in honor of Castor and Pollux, to be seen in the Forum? Is not the decree of the Senate concerning Vatinus still subsisting? As to the affair of Sagra, it is a common proverb among the Greeks, when they would affirm anything strongly, they say it is as certain as what passed at Sagra. Ought not such authorities to move you? You oppose me, replies Cotta, with stories, but I ask reasons of you. 244. *****6. We are now to speak of predictions. No one can avoid what is to come, and, indeed, it is commonly useless to know it, for it is a miserable case to be afflicted to no purpose, and not to have even the last, the common comfort. 323 Hope, which, according to your principles, none can have, for you say that fate governs all things, and call that fate which has been true from all eternity. What advantage, then, is the knowledge of futurity to us, or how does it assist us to guard against impending evils, since it will come inevitably? But whence comes that divination? To whom is owing that knowledge from the entrails of beasts? Who first made observations from the voice of the crow? Who invented the lots? 245 Not that I give no credit to these things, or that I despise Attius Navius's staff, which you mentioned, but I ought to be informed how these things are understood by philosophers, especially as the diviners are often wrong in their conjectures. But physicians, you say, are likewise often mistaken. What comparison can there be between divination, of the origin of which we are ignorant, and physic, which proceeds on principles intelligible to every one? You believe that the Decii 246 in devoting themselves to death, appeased the gods. How great, then, was the iniquity of the gods that they could not be appeased but at the price of such noble blood? That was the stratagem of generals such as the Greeks call sigma tau rho alpha tau gamma eta mu alpha, and it was a stratagem worthy such illustrious leaders, who consulted the public good even at the expense of their lives. They conceived rightly, what indeed happened, that if the general rode furiously upon the enemy, the whole army would follow his example. As to the voice of the fauns, I never heard it. If you assure me that you have, I shall believe you, though I really know not what a faun is. 7 I do not, then, O Balbus, from anything that you have said, perceive as yet that it is proved that there are gods. I believe it, indeed, but not from any arguments of the Stoics. Cleanthes, you have said, attributes the idea that men have of the gods to 4 causes. In the first place, as I have already sufficiently mentioned, to a foreknowledge 324 of future events, secondly, to tempests, and other shocks of nature, thirdly, to the utility and plenty of things we enjoy, fourthly, to the invariable order of the stars and the heavens. The arguments drawn from foreknowledge I have already answered. With regard to tempests in the air, the sea, and the earth, I own that many people are affrighted by them, and imagine that the immortal gods are the authors of them. But the question is, not whether there are people who believe that there are gods, but whether there are gods or not. As to the 2 other causes of Cleanthes, one of which is derived from the great abundance of desirable things which we enjoy, the other from the invariable order of the seasons and the heavens, I shall treat on them when I answer your discourse concerning the providence of the gods appoint, Balbus, upon which you have spoken at great length. I shall likewise defer till then examining the argument which you attribute to Chrysippus, that if there is in nature anything which surpasses the power of man to produce, there must consequently be some being better than man. I shall also postpone, till we come to that part of my argument, your comparison of the world to a fine house, your observations on the proportion and harmony of the universe, and those smart, short reasons of Zeno which you quote, and I shall examine at the same time your reasons drawn from natural philosophy, concerning that fiery force and that vital heat which you regard as the principle of all things, and I will investigate, in its proper place, all that you advanced the other day on the existence of the gods, and on the sense and understanding which you attributed to the sun, the moon, and all the stars, and I shall ask you this question over and over again, By what proofs are you convinced yourself there are gods? 8. I thought, says Balbus, that I had brought ample proofs to establish this point. But such is your manner of opposing, that, when you seem on the point of interrogating me, and when I am preparing to answer, you suddenly divert the discourse, and give me no opportunity to reply to you, and thus those most important points concerning divination and fate are neglected which we Stoics 325 have thoroughly examined, but which your school has only slightly touched upon. But they are not thought essential to the question in hand, therefore, if you think proper, do not confuse them together, that we in this discussion may come to a clear explanation of the subject of our present inquiry. Very well, says Cotta. Since, then, you have divided the whole question into 4 parts, and I have said all that I had to say on the first, I will take the second into consideration, in which, when you attempted to show what the character of the gods was, you seemed to me rather to prove that there are none, for you said that it was the greatest difficulty to draw our minds from the prepossessions of the eyes, but that as nothing is more excellent than the deity, you did not doubt that the world was God, because there is nothing better in nature than the world, and so we may reasonably think it animated, or, rather, perceive it in our minds as clearly as if it were obvious to our eyes. Now, in what sense do you say there is nothing better than the world? If you mean that there is nothing more beautiful, I agree with you, that there is nothing more adapted to our wants, I likewise agree with you, but if you mean that nothing is wiser than the world, I am by no means of your opinion. Not that I find it difficult to conceive anything in my mind independent of my eyes, on the contrary, the more I separate my mind from my eyes, the less I am able to comprehend your opinion. 9. Nothing is better than the world, you say. Nor is there, indeed, anything on earth better than the city of Rome. Do you think, therefore, that our city has a mind, that it thinks and reasons, or that this most beautiful city, being void of sense, is not preferable to an ant, because an ant has sense, understanding, reason, and memory? You should consider, Balbus, what ought to be allowed you, and not advance things because they please you. For that old, concise, and, as it seemed to you, acute syllogism of Zeno has been all which you have so much enlarged upon in handling this topic, that which reasons is superior to that which does not, nothing is superior to the world, therefore the world reasons. If you would 326 prove also that the world can very well read a book, follow the example of Zeno, and say, that which can read is better than that which cannot, nothing is better than the world therefore can read. After the same manner you may prove the world to be an orator, a mathematician, a musician, that it possesses all sciences, and, in short, is a philosopher. You have often said that God made all things, and that no cause can produce an effect unlike itself. From hence it will follow, not only that the world is animated, and is wise, but also plays upon the fiddle and the flute, because it produces men who play on those instruments. Zeno, therefore, the chief of your sect, advances no argument sufficient to induce us to think that the world reasons, or, indeed, that it is animated at all, and consequently none to think it a deity, though it may be said that there is nothing superior to it, as there is nothing more beautiful, nothing more useful to us, nothing more adorned, and nothing more regular in its motions. But if the world, considered as one great whole, is not God, you should not surely deify, as you have done, that infinite multitude of stars which only form a part of it, and which so delight you with the regularity of their eternal courses, not but that there is something truly wonderful and incredible in their regularity, but this regularity of motion, Balbus, may as well be ascribed to a natural as to a divine cause. What can be more regular than the flux and reflux of the Euripus at Chalcis, the Sicilian sea, and the violence of the ocean in those parts 247 where the rapid tide does Europe from the Libyan coast divide. The same appears on the Spanish and British coasts. Must we conclude that some deity appoints and directs these ebbings and flowings to certain fixed times? Consider, I pray, if everything which is regular in its motion is deemed divine, whether it will not follow that tertian and quartan agues must likewise be so, as their returns have the greatest regularity. These effects are to be explained by reason, but, because you are unable to assign any, you have recourse to a deity as your last refuge. 327 The arguments of Chrysippus appeared to you of great weight, a man undoubtedly of great quickness and subtlety. I call those quick who have a sprightly turn of thought, and those subtle whose minds are seasoned by use as their hands are by labor. If, says he, there is anything which is beyond the power of man to produce, the being who produces it is better than man. Man is unable to make what is in the world, the being, therefore, that could do it is superior to man. What being is there but a God superior to man? Therefore there is a God. These arguments are founded on the same erroneous principles as Zeno's, for he does not define what is meant by being better or more excellent, or distinguish between an intelligent cause and a natural cause. Chrysippus adds, if there are no gods, there is nothing better than man, but we cannot, without the highest arrogance, have this idea of ourselves. Let us grant that it is arrogance in man to think himself better than the world, but to comprehend that he has understanding and reason, and that in Orion and Canicula there is neither, is no arrogance, but an indication of good sense. Since we suppose, continues he, when we see a beautiful house, that it was built for the master, and not for mice, we should likewise judge that the world is the mansion of the gods. Yes, if I believed that the gods built the world, but not if, as I believe, and intend to prove, it is the work of nature. 11 Socrates, in Xenophon, asks, whence had man his understanding, if there was none in the world? And I ask, whence had we speech, harmony, singing, unless we think it is the sun conversing with the moon when she approaches near it, or that the world forms an harmonious concert, as Pythagoras imagines. This, Balbus, is the effect of nature, not of that nature which proceeds artificially, as Zeno says, and the character of which I shall presently examine into, but a nature which, by its own proper motions and mutations, modifies everything. For I readily agree to what you said about the harmony and general agreement of nature, which you pronounce to be firmly bound and united together, as it were, by ties of blood, but I do not approve of what you added, that it could not possibly be so, unless it were so united by 328 one divine spirit. On the contrary, the whole subsists by the power of nature, independently of the gods, and there is a kind of sympathy, as the Greeks call it, which joins together all the parts of the universe, and the greater that is in its own power, the less is it necessary to have recourse to a divine intelligence. 12 But how will you get rid of the objections which Carneades made? If, says he, there is no body immortal, there is none eternal, but there is no body immortal, nor even indivisible, or that cannot be separated and disunited, and as every animal is in its nature passive, so there is not one which is not subject to the impressions of extraneous bodies, none, that is to say, which can avoid the necessity of enduring and suffering, and if every animal is mortal, there is none immortal, so, likewise, if every animal may be cut up and divided, there is none indivisible, none eternal, but all are liable to be affected by, and compelled to submit to, external power. Every animal, therefore, is necessarily mortal, dissoluble, and divisible. For as there is no wax, no silver, no brass which cannot be converted into something else, whatever is composed of wax, or silver, or brass may cease to be what it is. By the same reason, if all the elements are mutable, every body is mutable. Now, according to your doctrine, all the elements are mutable, all bodies, therefore, are mutable. But if there were any body immortal, then all bodies would not be mutable. Every body, then, is mortal, for every body is either water, air, fire, or earth, or composed of the four elements together, or of some of them. Now, there is not one of all these elements that does not perish, for earthly bodies are fragile, water is so soft that the least shock will separate its parts, and fire and air yield to the least impulse, and are subject to dissolution. Besides, any of these elements perish when converted into another nature, as when water is formed from earth, the air from water, and the sky from air, and when they change in the same manner back again. Therefore, if there is nothing but what is perishable in the composition of all animals, there is no animal eternal. 13. But, not to insist on these arguments, there is no 329 animal to be found that had not a beginning, and will not have an end, for every animal being sensitive, they are consequently all sensible of cold and heat, sweet and bitter, nor can they have pleasing sensations without being subject to the contrary. As, therefore, they receive pleasure, they likewise receive pain, and whatever being is subject to pain must necessarily be subject to death. It must be allowed, therefore, that every animal is mortal. Besides, a being that is not sensible of pleasure or pain cannot have the essence of an animal. If, then, on the one hand, every animal must be sensible of pleasure and pain, and if, on the other, every being that has these sensations cannot be immortal, we may conclude that as there is no animal insensible, there is none immortal. Besides, there is no animal without inclination and aversion, an inclination to that which is agreeable to nature, and an aversion to the contrary. There are in the case of every animal some things which they covet, and others they reject. What they reject are repugnant to their nature, and consequently would destroy them. Every animal, therefore, is inevitably subject to be destroyed. There are innumerable arguments to prove that whatever is sensitive is perishable, for cold, heat, pleasure, pain, and all that affects the sense, when they become excessive, cause destruction. Since, then, there is no animal that is not sensitive, there is none immortal. 14. The substance of an animal is either simple or compound. Simple, if it is composed only of earth, of fire, of air, or of water, and of such a sort of being we can form no idea. Compound, if it is formed of different elements, which have each their proper situation, and have a natural tendency to it, this element tending towards the highest parts, that towards the lowest, and another towards the middle. This conjunction may for some time subsist, but not forever, for every element must return to its first situation. No animal, therefore, is eternal. But your school, Balbus, allows fire only to be the sole active principle, an opinion which I believe you derive from Heraclitus, whom some men understand in one sense, some in another, but since he seems unwilling to be understood, we will pass him by. You Stoics, then, say that 330 fire is the universal principle of all things, that all living bodies cease to live on the extinction of that heat, and that throughout all nature whatever is sensible of that heat lives and flourishes. Now, I cannot conceive that bodies should perish for want of heat, rather than for want of moisture or air, especially as they even die through excess of heat, so that the life of animals does not depend more on fire than on the other elements. However, air and water have this quality in common with fire and heat. But let us see to what this tends. If I am not mistaken, you believe that in all nature there is nothing but fire, which is self-animated. Why fire rather than air, of which the life of animals consists, and which is called from thence anima 248 the soul? But how is it that you take it for granted that life is nothing but fire? It seems more probable that it is a compound of fire and air. But if fire is self-animated, unmixed with any other element, it must be sensitive, because it renders our bodies sensitive, and the same objection which I just now made will arise, that whatever is sensitive must necessarily be susceptible of pleasure and pain, and whatever is sensible of pain is likewise subject to the approach of death, therefore you cannot prove fire to be eternal. You Stoics hold that all fire has need of nourishment, without which it cannot possibly subsist, that the sun, moon, and all the stars are fed either with fresh or salt waters, and the reason that Cleanthes gives why the sun is retrograde, and does not go beyond the tropics in the summer or winter, is that he may not be too far from his sustenance. This I shall fully examine hereafter, but at present we may conclude that whatever may cease to be cannot of its own nature be eternal, that if fire wants sustenance, it will cease to be, and that, therefore, fire is not of its own nature eternal. 15. After all, what kind of a deity must that be who 331 is not graced with one single virtue, if we should succeed in forming this idea of such a one? Must we not attribute prudence to a deity? A virtue which consists in the knowledge of things good, bad, and indifferent. Yet what need has a being for the discernment of good and ill who neither has nor can have any ill? Of what use is reason to him? Of what use is understanding? We men, indeed, find them useful to aid us in finding out things which are obscure by those which are clear to us, but nothing can be obscure to a deity. As to justice, which gives to every one his own, it is not the concern of the gods, since that virtue, according to your doctrine, received its birth from men and from civil society. Temperance consists in abstinence from corporeal pleasures, and if such abstinence hath a place in heaven, so also must the pleasures abstained from. Lastly, if fortitude is ascribed to the deity, how does it appear? In afflictions, in labor, in danger? None of these things can affect a god. How, then, can we conceive this to be a deity that makes no use of reason, and is not endowed with any virtue? However, when I consider what is advanced by the Stoics, my contempt for the ignorant multitude vanishes. For these are their divinities. The Syrians worshipped a fish. The Egyptians consecrated beasts of almost every kind. The Greeks deified many men, as Alabandus 249 at Alabandi, Tense at Tindas, and all Greece paid divine honors to Leucadia, who was before called Ino, to her son Palaemon, to Hercules, to Aesculapius, and to the Tindaridae, our own people to Romulus, and to many others, who, as citizens newly admitted into the ancient body, they imagine have been received into heaven. These are the gods of the illiterate. 16. What are the notions of you philosophers? In what respect are they superior to these ideas? I shall pass them over, for they are certainly very admirable. Let the world, then, be a deity, for that, I conceive, is what you mean by the refulgent heaven above, which all men call, unanimously, Jove. 332. But why are we to add many more gods? What a multitude of them there is! At least, it seems so to me, for every constellation, according to you, is a deity. To some you give the name of beasts, as the goat, the scorpion, the bull, the lion, to others the names of inanimate things, as the ship, the altar, the crown. But supposing these were to be allowed, how can the rest be granted, or even so much as understood? When we call corn Ceres, and wine Bacchus, we make use of the common manner of speaking, but do you think any one so mad as to believe that his food is a deity? With regard to those who, you say, from having been men became gods, I should be very willing to learn of you, either how it was possible formerly, or, if it had ever been, Why is it not so now? I do not conceive, as things are at present, how Hercules, burned with fiery torches on Mount Ida, as Axius says, should rise, with the flames, to the eternal mansions of his father. Besides, Homer also says that Ulysses 250 met him in the shades below, among the other dead. But yet I should be glad to know which Hercules we should chiefly worship, for they who have searched into those histories, which are but little known, tell us of several. The most ancient is he who fought with Apollo about the Tripos of Delphi, and is son of Jupiter and Liceto, and of the most ancient Jupiters too, for we find many Jupiters also in the Grecian chronicles. The second is the Egyptian Hercules, and is believed to be the son of Nilus, and to be the author of the Phrygian characters. The third, to whom they offered sacrifices, is one of the 333 Aethii Dactyli. 251. The fourth is the son of Jupiter and Asteria, the sister of Latona, chiefly honored by the Tyrians, who pretend that Carthago 252 is his daughter. The fifth, called Belus, is worshipped in India. The sixth is the son of Alcmena by Jupiter, but by the third Jupiter, for there are many Jupiters, as you shall soon see. 17. Since this examination has led me so far, I will convince you that in matters of religion I have learned more from the pontifical rites, the customs of our ancestors, and the vessels of Numa 253 which Laelius mentions in his little golden oration, than from all the learning of the Stoics. For tell me, if I were a disciple of your school, what answer could I make to these questions? If there are gods, are nymphs also goddesses? If they are goddesses, are Pans and Satyrs in the same rank? But they are not, consequently, nymphs are not goddesses. Yet they have temples publicly dedicated to them. What do you conclude from thence? Others who have temples are not therefore gods. But let us go on. You call Jupiter and Neptune gods, their brother Pluto, then, is one, and if so, those rivers also are deities which they say flow in the infernal regions Acheron, Cocytus, Pyrophlegethon, Charon also, and Cerberus, are gods, but that cannot be allowed, nor can Pluto be placed among the deities. What, then, will you say of his brothers? Thus reasons Carneades, not with any design to destroy the existence of the gods, for what would less become a philosopher, but to convince us that on that matter the Stoics have said nothing plausible. If, then, Jupiter and Neptune are gods, adds he, can that divinity be denied to their father Saturn, who is principally worshipped throughout the West? If Saturn is a god, then must his father, Hylas, be one too, and so must the parents of Hylas, which are the sky and day, as also their brothers and sisters, which by ancient genealogists are 334 thus named: love, deceit, fear, labor, envy, fate, old age, death, darkness, misery, lamentation, favor, fraud, obstinacy, the destinies, the Hesperides, and dreams, all which are the offspring of Erebus and Night. These monstrous deities, therefore, must be received, or else those from whom they sprung must be disallowed. 18. If you say that Apollo, Vulcan, Mercury, and the rest of that sort are gods, can you doubt the divinity of Hercules and Aesculapius, Bacchus, Castor and Pollux? These are worshipped as much as those, and even more in some places. Therefore they must be numbered among the gods, though on the mother's side they are only of mortal race. Aristeus, who is said to have been the son of Apollo, and to have found out the art of making oil from the olive, Theseus, the son of Neptune, and the rest whose fathers were deities, shall they not be placed in the number of the gods? But what think you of those whose mothers were goddesses? They surely have a better title to divinity, for, in the civil law, as he is a freeman who is born of a free woman, so, in the law of nature, he whose mother is a goddess must be a god. The Stipuli religiously honor Achilles, and if he is a deity, Orpheus and Rhesus are so, who were born of one of the Muses, unless, perhaps, there may be a privilege belonging to sea marriages which land marriages have not. Orpheus and Rhesus are nowhere worshipped, and if they are therefore not gods, because they are nowhere worshipped as such, how can the others be deities? You, Balbus, seem to agree with me that the honors which they received were not from their being regarded as immortals, but as men richly endued with virtue. But if you think Latona a goddess, how can you avoid admitting Hecate to be one also, who was the daughter of Asteria, Latona's sister? Certainly she is one, if we may judge by the altars erected to her in Greece. And if Hecate is a goddess, how can you refuse that rank to the Eumenides? For they also have a temple at Athens, and, if I understand right, the Romans have consecrated a grove to them. The Furies, too, whom we look upon as the inspectors into and scourges of impiety, I suppose, must have their divinity too. As you hold that there is some divinity 335 presides over every human affair, there is one who presides over the travail of matrons, whose name, Natio, is derived in nascentibus, from nativities, and to whom we used to sacrifice in our processions in the fields of Ardea, but if she is a deity, we must likewise acknowledge all those you mentioned, honor, faith, intellect, concord, by the same rule also, hope, Juno, Monada 254 and every idle phantom, every child of our imagination, are deities. But as this consequence is quite inadmissible, do not you either defend the cause from which it flows. 19. What say you to this? If these are deities, which we worship and regard as such, why are not Serapis and Isis 255 placed in the same rank? And if they are admitted, what reason have we to reject the gods of the Arians?